Welcome, everyone, to Austin by Starlight, episode 19. Tonight, only two of the members of the coterie of Pygmalion are joining us tonight. The lovely Yvette and the charismatic Lupe. Tonight is a new night, and things have started to calm down after the big event of the dignitary from San Antonio coming to have talks with Don Hernandez and possibly causing a little bit of a stir amongst the coterie of San Antonio. Or not San Antonio, Austin. Wrong setting. But since it does involve San Antonio, I suppose it's to be expected. As the coterie later found out that the talks were about the possibility of a feeding source, according to Don Hernandez. Not much has been heard since of whether the transactions following have been successful or not, but I suppose no news is good news. It means the waters are not being jostled nearly as badly as they had anticipated. That there's possibly nothing to fear. But as kindred go, they are paranoid, and thus start to go about the things that actually matter to them. Last time, Yvette spent some time with family, because her family is important to her. But tonight we're going to follow in the footsteps of Lupe for a little bit, as there is a bit of family that she has been meaning to get in touch with now that she's more or less settled down, with the promise of a place of many that she's going to need, to lay her head, provided by Mr. LaCroix. A name that's rare in the city of Austin, but seems to have been counted multiple times as of late. And so, Lupe and Yvette, I would like you both to make rouse checks for me. Thankfully, the hunger is staved off for the moment. It doesn't grow any deeper. It doesn't take you more effort than usual to rise from your day sleep. Perhaps Lupe sleeping in this bathtub wasn't exactly the most... It wasn't comfortable, to say the least, but at least it's not hard to get out of in this case. Your body works with you to function as it should as you wake, moving your joints, stretching, gathering your composure to go about the day. And the first thing that you set your mind to doing is visiting with Theo. Tell us a little bit about Theo.
Miguel. That's the name he's agreed to go by during our time here in Austin and in the Americas in general. In simplicity, he does not have any true blood relation to me. But I would be remiss to not call him anything but father figure. He is my Theo. For all intents and purposes, he is familiar. And he's been there for me and has sacrificed everything he could in order to help us have help me have a relatively acceptable life. I could not tell anyone the truth. But he has been an honorable enough man to tell me the truth of what happened before I could do anything for myself, before I could walk or speak. What sacrifices he had made to undo and redeem his actions, the consequences of. And of it I'm indebted. Who's to say what could have happened to me after everything? Who's to say what I could have become, if anything at all? In my eyes, in my belief, Miguel, he saved me. He ruined me, but he also saved me. And now he's, truthfully, all I really have left as far as family can be concerned. And I won't give him up for just about anything. And so I find myself here tonight, despite my undead condition, and cooking him tamales.
He does love your tamales.
He's the one who taught my tamales. But he's too old to do most of the work now, so we have dinner together, get everything prepared. I throw together some spicy chili sauce so that we can go ahead and have a decent meal. He prepared the slow broiled chicken, got it ready, and put it in a pot, slow cooked pot, spices and herbs. And I got to use that and get everything wrapped up in the leaves. And we ate and talked. Together at the table as I'm setting it down. Tio,
Is it finally ready, mija?
see? We almost got it done. It should be done. Should be ready in about 5 more minutes. Do you want anything to drink?
Dos Equis. They're in the fridge.
Liquor, huh?
It's beer, not liquor. You'd know the difference if you ever tasted it, you silly goose.
You know, it's not my scene. I don't really like those kinds of things.
Put hair on your chest.
Why do I need hair on my chest when I can go ahead and have something fruitier?
Ugh. Disgusting.
Hey, mojito is just the same. Gets you drunk all the way.
Yeah, but it's mint. Who puts toothpaste in their drinks? Come on now. I don't want my liquor tasting like toothpaste.
Right, right. You're like my little bit of a out about a screwdriver then. I hear they're rather delicious.
Screwdriver. I said a Dos Equis.
um, she goes ahead and takes a glass and opens the can, pours it out for Miguel, and then goes around begins mixing herself a little screwdrivered cocktail. It's really crappy. It's literally just the whiskey and the orange juice and calling it good. And I would also like to blush of life so that I
Yes.
can play the part.
Yes. Go ahead and rouse for that. That makes you a little hungrier, my dear. And you know that you'll only be able to stomach it for an hour, maybe two at most. But then you'll have to relieve yourself the way it went in.
I do the most I can. Once the tamales are done, go ahead and set the table. Put take out the go and grab those prayer beads, bring them to him, placing my head down.
And he says a prayer for the food as he's kind of walking into the kitchen with a cane and sits down, says the prayer to bless the food, and and finishes it off with a cross on himself, and then takes a fork and starts to dig in.
And from there, I go ahead and eat as well, and I joke back and forth. How's it going lately? Has the home health care nurse been good to you?
They don't know what the fuck they're doing. I'm fine.
No, have they been giving you any troubles lately?
No,
No.
I don't like them being here. I don't like them having to follow me around every goddamn day. I don't like them intruding in my business. I don't like. I don't like. I don't like that my bones are old.
I know, I know. You've always done everything yourself for many years. I get it.
Why can't you just come back home?
It's complicated. I gotta make sure that I mean, my work has me going around all the time. I told you this.
And my work used to do the same thing to me. But you know, but there's still this house.
I know, I know. And I come back, don't I? I'm here now.
Yeah, you come by and visit, and I do enjoy your visits. Don't get me wrong, Lupe. But I'm no good at these things. I'd rather you be here than some stupid nurse I don't know.
She reaches across the table, just like puts her palm on his hand. I know, I know. It's been complicated, but right now, the most important thing to me is that we make sure we don't have to move again. So,
That's the whole reason that I set us up here in the first place, darling.
I know, and
And
I'm
now,
grateful for it.
and now you're getting yourself all mixed up in trouble.
No, nothing I can't handle. You
Uh,
remember how it was down in Mexico?
That's because I made sure it didn't get to you, darling. I didn't want that life for you. And being here ain't no better.
Well,
I
I'm not getting
see,
into.
I see it. I see every bit of it. Everywhere we go, everywhere we used to go, everywhere we have been. It's everywhere. I don't don't get mixed up.
In fairness, in fairness, in fairness, we haven't seen anyone pull out rocket launchers or police helicopters yet. That has not happened yet.
No.
I remember when we had to go from that one, leave that one neighborhood because the cartel was doing that. We haven't had that yet. So I'm gonna give that.
Well, no, but you see the ruffians. You see just how bad things get. See it all over the news. That's all I have
And
goddamn time for anymore is watching the goddamn news.
we should have you watching more movies. Oh, that reminds me. I did happen to get something, and she reaches for a backpack that she's got set on, kind of set onto the chair. Pulls out, and it's a movie of Scarface.
Oh.
Shoot, that movie you wanted.
Kid, you shouldn't have. you.
Do you want to watch it tonight?
As long as you ain't running off to someplace.
No. I do got work tomorrow morning, but I'm here for a little bit tonight.
It figures. Always so busy. When are you gonna settle down, girl? Find yourself a
When I'm
nice.
dead.
Find yourself a nice boy.
Well, I mean, it's hard to say. I
You can tell me anything.
well, I just don't know where I'm at with Andre lately.
Andre. He's a real tall guy, right? Kind of a real nice, clean-shaven beard, sort of. If you can call it a
Yeah,
beard, it's real short.
he's. I mean, he's really nice, and he's been really well to me. But I
But
just, it worries me how close he wants to get with all the other stuff, with my work, and in I can't tell anyone, you know, that he wants to know.
you ain't involved in that life, right?
I'm not. I'm not.
I
But
made
him
sure of
want
that.
see that him wanting to know those things is like it's still dangerous. I
I know.
just
You never know when you're gonna run into the old family.
that's what I'm that's what I'm afraid of. You know.
But you keep your nose above board. You ain't gonna run into the old family, darling.
I mean, I have been keeping above board though. Lately I've been meeting with you wouldn't believe it, but well established business individuals. One of them runs an antique shop.
Oh.
And another is a security guard.
Well, that's nice.
So we got sort of this small friend group going on, so.
That's good. You making friends has always been so difficult.
It's hard to do when you're running all the time.
Well, there was that, and you were always so shy.
But that was a long time ago, though.
What, you're
That was a
not so shy
time.
no more?
Not really.
I suppose that's
You're
where
talking
Andre
about.
comes in.
Hey. You're talking about when I was a little girl. Niha, like
Yeah,
tiny.
mijita. Yeah. Yeah. You're still the little mijita.
I'm an adult.
No, you'll always be my little mijita. Even though I look like your grandfather at this point.
It's the stress.
Stress.
You don't act. You don't act like a grandpa anymore. Really, if we're gonna be honest, I'm pretty sure you could still beat anyone in a fist fight.
I'm
Probably
85 years
can.
old, and I'll definitely beat Aunt Betty's ass. Bum leg and all.
And she brings her hand over to him again, and just like gives him a good grip. Some gentle, loving squeezes.
I just want you to be happy. That's all I ever wanted.
And
You don't look like you're happy, though.
I'm figuring it out. I think more than anything, I'm just trying to find my footing, find my place. But
Well, when you
I'm
figure that
getting there.
out, let me know, because I don't want to be left out of the loop.
I know. For now, I know my place is here with you. You should finish your dinner.
I don't need you telling me what to do. I'll finish my dinner when I'm good and ready.
And Lupe will go ahead and also finish the tamale wash dish. Once everything is done and said, she'll wash all the dishes. And she goes ahead and puts on Scarface for an old gangster. He's tried everything he can to get away from that. He sure does love his gangster movies.
And he points out every little detail that could potentially be a farce in every movie that you've ever watched with him. But
Oh, he's so critical of it. Every single time he's like, there's no way that would happen. It's incorrect. And just going on and on about the intricacies of it. I have to remind him it's Hollywood. Not very many gangsters actually lived in Hollywood. The ones that do own rap studios.
at some point during the night, he does start to fall asleep a little bit in his chair.
And when that happens, I escort him to the room, make sure there's a blanket on him and he's comfortable. And I clean up the rest of the living room. I will stay there for a moment. The thing I miss most about being alive was food. Dinner was always a very sacred thing, in a way. It was the one ritual that no matter where we were, no matter what we did, Miguel would always make sure that we had dinner together. And it was quiet. And it was warm. And that I felt loved and wanted in this world.
But now all you taste in the food is ash as you empty your stomach of that ashy, sort of bloody mess that it becomes in your dead stomach.
And it hurts because it was his recipe. It was the first thing he taught me. And more than anything, I want to be able to share home again.
But home only tastes like filth now.
And worse. Sometimes something in me craves something else. It's always reminded.
Could always take him and put him out of his misery. This is an errant thought.
Could never accept it. Could never. Familia comes first. It always does. It's the most important thing. Because it's the one thing, the only thing that I could ever claim as mine. So, after removing, flushing the toilet of dust and blood, the remnants of his time, I send him a text message to Mademoiselle Lecroix. It's simple. Want to meet up? And I will tell her I'll be at the Blind Pig Pub.
All right. Do you respond, Miss LaCroix?
Me? I am actually simply leaving the home at this point. I have my dinner to go. Dale had ended up cooking a brisket while I was
His
sleeping.
specialty.
I keep it aside. You would be shocked at the thought that I have gone into. Just the fact that there is food in the car allows me to preserve my masquerade. But I received the text. I respond with a simple we. Start to change where I'm driving. And yet I hesitate a moment. Lupe is someone new. Mademoiselle Flores is, well, is still new. And yet, this nouveau ami is only such a friend because Mademoiselle Pax had decreed it so. But this individual is one of interest to Mademoiselle Pax. And so I will allow Mademoiselle Cosetta, I should say. So it is best that I at least try to end up understanding who it is I am dealing with. There's a few errands I will probably have to run later on this evening, but at this exact moment, I will be trying to acquiesce to Mademoiselle Flores' request. But my eyes stick to the brisket. I smile a bit. As much as I loathe to discard such food, perhaps I will simply offer it to someone and I end up there. Should I meet my travels? But small token, I should say. J'adore. J'adore Dale.
And so, you make your way towards the Blind Pig pub. A strange sort of place. It's got some nice music. The clientele seems to be fairly ordinary. And it isn't long before you do spot Miss Flores, as she's a little bit hard to miss, given that there are some key factors in her wardrobe that kind of make her stand out a little bit, like some of the patches and the rose tattooed on her chest.
A rose and a viper. We are equally marked. I simply end up. Well, I take a moment to button up my jacket a little higher, to present perhaps a little bit more modestly, as I normally would, before I take a seat beside Mademoiselle Flores.
I'm so happy you made it. Thank you for meeting me.
I'm glad to have made you so happy on this evening. She proceeds to place an order for, what is it? Jack et Coke.
And you would be surprised, Lupe, that the man that you know to be the manager on shift, is also tending the bar tonight, as he was last night.
Oh, hola. Long time no see, senor.
Hello.
Fancy meeting you here again.
Fancy seeing you here again.
You work every night? Or have I just been lucky?
I work most nights.
Not as lucky as I was hoping, if that's the case. But I mean, the night is young, so we'll have to see.
So it's a whiskey and coke for your friend and for you.
If I could, a martini?
A martini. Okay. You don't strike me as the martini type. But, coming right up. And he goes to the bar, starts mixing some drinks, sets it before you two. And goes back to serving other patrons.
Yvette takes the glass and kind of smells it, perhaps feigning that she's sipping from it, if only allowing the drink to end up pressing against her lips before placing it back down for a moment, savoring the smell.
Felipe will take the hilariously tiny straw that they usually give with these drinks and just stir it for a moment before actually doing anything. So, I had a couple of questions, and I was wondering if maybe you could relieve me of some answers.
Ask your questions.
Well, I mean, first thing is in a much more hushed tone. Do you prefer I refer to you as Mademoiselle LaCroix in these spaces? And publicly? Would you prefer a different term? Because I mean, I prefer being referred to as Vanessa in these settings.
If it is all the same to you, I will respect you by referring to you as Mademoiselle Flores.
That works as well.
She looks at her drink. I am Lacroix. Until that changes, I must end up doing so. After all, she feigns taking a sip and perhaps kind of turns, letting her drink go to her hip. Now, ST, real quick, is this bar particularly upscale or is it more of a dive?
It's kind of in between. It's kind of got a little bit of a um kind of a almost minimalist aesthetic. But there's a nice dance floor. It has some of the modern beats. It's not a country bar, which is where most of the dives around this place, around the city, actually play. It's a little more of a, um, kind of like a hip hop or dance or, uh,
So a lot of energy, a lot of moving around, a
yeah,
lot of bumping into each other in that sort of environment.
especially around the dance floor.
So Yvette, at this point, placing the drink between her and the bar below the eye line, without breaking eyesight with Mademoiselle Flores, pours just a small amount of her drink out onto the floor, just hiding that little bit, and continues to end up discussing. Something to keep up the appearance that she actually has been drinking.
Hmm.
And I am led to believe that you have met some interesting individuals last night, Mademoiselle Flores. I'm sure that has left you with many a question.
See, I figured maybe considering that it might be within your purview, I could offer information myself. So my next question follows. Another Frenchman that goes by Lacroix. Is there a relation?
Perhaps. The name is so popular in America that there is a drink named LaCroix. I have learned much to my dismay.
I mean,
But
you're not.
perhaps it's not wrong because if the individual is who I believe it is, then it is equally as bland and without taste.
I would say so. She had some audacity and said, you need to learn subtlety, Mademoiselle. Perhaps.
So,
But hilariously enough, does subtlety really have a place approaching us in these particular circumstances? You see, Alistair and I were here scoping out this establishment. We had some interest in investments. Thought maybe we could help with the area. And we had a conversation with Alistair. Unfortunately, I wasn't there for the gist of it, but he followed us last night to another area of interest. He came to me and he offered me a trade.
Yvette simply listens to Lupe as she pretends to nurse her drink, observing it as though the conversation may have bored her.
Which the request was in exchange for, well, room and board. Did I play as nears? But in all fairness, I still owe you, Mademoiselle Croix, for helping me the opportunity to stay in the city. So out of respect to you, I was interested in getting understanding how I can leverage this in your favor.
Perhaps, Mademoiselle, what you are really asking is, how can you leverage this in your favor?
With the favor to your crew as a whole. I mean, Senorita Casetta seems to have taken me in to some extent.
Mademoiselle Cosetta feels herself in a position where she does not perceive you as large of a threat as is potential in this city.
She takes in strays, is what you're saying. This is a common thing for her.
Do I look like a stray?
No. But I know what I am.
And what is that, Mademoiselle Flores?
Well, a decorated wanderer. And acknowledged there is desperation to have grounding and circumstances and resources to be more accessible. I want to have footing. I'm not afraid to deny that.
Honesty. I appreciate that. So why did you really invite me here, Mademoiselle Flores?
Neutral space. This is the new investment that Alistair and I spoke of. So I have not been able to get a hold of Senorita Casetta the past few nights. Not entirely. She's been rather busy. So I figured I would ask you next. Of these things that I bring forward to you, how can I be useful? I built this environment and setting. I can bring more people. And maybe you can help me bring more people. And
I can.
again,
The question?
with Mr. LaCroix, would you like me to act as housing respect with him?
I would prefer you not engage him at all. Monsieur Lacroix is dangerous. The worst part is that you will not feel as though he is. That is what he does. And yet, when what did the Americans say? When push comes to shove, there is very little I believe he would not do. So, for you, you gave him your loyalty for room and board in a city he has no stock in. He is temporary in this city, and you are looking to trade up to something more permanent. Do I understand your position?
See. But see, I didn't actually know about his permanency.
He is of a tower mindset.
Lupe will put her lips to the straw at that point, and she gives she furrows her brows at that. And that makes it even more difficult for me. Well, correction. That actually makes all of this decision rather easy.
What you owe me, mademoiselle, would not end up constituting you placing yourself at risk, and so I would not end up requesting it. Now, what do you actually want? Not just right now, in the next 5-10 years. What is it that you truly wish?
I want a home. I want a place to belong. And it's hard to say for someone like me. I acknowledge that as well. Being able to stay in the same city is a big leap. Having the same roots and areas and people I can go to is also a big leap. But that isn't the same thing as belonging. Not truly. Belonging is a joke.
Oh, c'est incroyable. I fear, mademoiselle, you may be disappointed. In truth, at most we can blend, but to be truly a part of something, I question if that is even in our nature. However, it's not to say it cannot be attempted. Your request is placed, me.
I have intentions to build it.
Very well. Are you sure that this is what you want?
See? I could explain the details of why.
Please, indulge.
Right with people. Always sociable, always willing to engage. A place for community, for activity. And if given the proper circumstances, neutral ground that we could always invite others to.
No. Never do that. Never do that. Should something go awry, then you have the complication in your own backyard. For it to be reinforceable of a neutral ground, what you end up having is instead a situation that can only harm you. In fact, it becomes more dangerous if you were to end up doing so. It's best to simply dissuade those who wish to end up partaking of your personal indulgences. She pretends to continue to sip on the Jack and Coke.
And just as you're about to sip on it, somebody blatantly, like, kind of stumbles over themselves and actually bumps into you, you bet. Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to run into you. Hi, Nessa.
Oh, hi.
Ah, fancy seeing you here. Well, what's up? How you been?
You bet.
I've been well. I've been positively, positively well. I've made some new friends in the city.
Great.
What are you? Yes, what are you doing here?
Sorry, I didn't mean to run into you.
She calmly places her drink down,
It is
maybe pulls a
pretty empty
napkin,
now.
maybe pulls a napkin and wipes herself down.
Sorry about that.
Friend of yours?
Yeah, we're friends. Yeah, we're
I'm
friends.
I wasn't asking you.
How, that's rude.
And Milligan associate. Someone I met once. She just like flashes a glare at Tyler.
Come on. We're not. Really? Really? You're gonna pretend like I don't exist?
I'm not ignoring you.
You're giving me a cold shoulder. Come on.
What were you even doing here?
Dancing. What does it look like?
Here.
Yeah, here. Should I not be? Have you claimed some kind of I can't actually come and be at places in public? I don't recall that being a rule.
And I don't recall you even living in the city.
Things change.
For better or worse.
Well, that depends on you.
And it really shouldn't. Look.
Look, all I want to do is talk, okay? Can we go someplace private?
Lupe will look around for a moment. Fine.
I am curious to know, Monsieur. Kind of gestures to him, like as if his name matters.
Tyler Mason.
Is that a name that I should be familiar with, ST?
Not directly. What kind of context do you have?
So for your vet's context, 3 dots high society.
He doesn't necessarily fall into that crowd. So that's gonna be a pretty difficult role of I don't even know. Let me see.
It when in
It'd
doubt
be
could
more
just
of
be an
an intelligence
roll.
streetwise.
I will forego that roll and just take an auto fail rather than risk the dice.
Yeah. It doesn't mean anything to you.
Well, Monsieur Mason, Alas, I am afraid that the mademoiselle here has already had a point of discussion, one that you are interrupting, and I am sure that you have so much to catch up upon. But at this exact moment, there is a. Well, let us simply end up saying that at this point there are matters more important than you simply doing a bit of tail chasing. Besides, there are so many more edible delights in this venue. Surely you didn't come here to the dance floor simply to prick your finger upon Rose's thorns when there's so much more delights to be had. You came here for a good time, not to end up getting into what is quickly being perceived as some sort of ex-lover's quarrel.
X? He looks over to Lupe.
See,
This
X.
this is news to me. Since when did you decide that?
Since the last time I told you not to interfere. Look,
Look, I'm just trying to make things right here. Okay, it doesn't need to turn into some kind of rude thing. All right.
Yeah, Yvette simply looks to Lupe and says, all you need to do is say the word. Say you want him gone.
I understand. I think so. Tyler, how about this? I'll play ball, I'll talk. But you need to not be here. Right
It's
now or going into the future. Okay?
You can't do that. You can't tell me I can't come to a bar. I live in this city. I go where I please.
This is true. But I can tell you not to be coming after me or to stalk me.
I'm not stalking you. This is a happy coincidence.
I will give you one thing. But if I give you this, you got to go.
All I want to do is talk. That's it.
And Lupe will take out a little piece of paper from her pocket, write down her herd's phone number, the cell phone she uses for her herd, and gives that to him. We'll talk later.
Better not fucking blow me off this time.
My English is difficult, but I thought that's exactly what you were hunting for.
Wait, what?
You just seemed particularly interested in the mademoiselle, and I thought that's exactly what you were looking for, was for her to blow you off. You seem desperate enough.
You're fucking rude.
And you just ended up spilling a drink that is worth more than your suit. You also ended up deciding to interrupt the conversation, and then you end up having the nerve to lecture me about the etiquette upon the bar, when you didn't even have the common courtesy to end up introducing yourself. appropriately.
You know what? Fuck off, bitch.
Hey,
Mademoiselle, yes. Uh, Yvette raises her hand for a moment to Lupe. Then looks to this Monsieur Mason. You got what you needed. You had your opportunity. Perhaps it's best not to embarrass yourself and make her second guess the opportunity she has given you at this exact moment.
Fucking cunt. He kind of finishes off the drink that he has in his hand and sets sets the glass on the bar.
Is he looking at me?
He was briefly, yes.
Okay. I am going to end up using a point of. I'm going to rouse the blood, and I would like to end up. No, that would be a waste at this point. He's leaving, so it's good enough. No point in escalating the point, though I could get him out of here quite quickly.
yes. Lupe just hides herself. My apologies.
For what?
It just. You know, you can. That. When you, go about things a certain way, all kinds of things a certain way, then you always end up picking up the occasional, the people like to get too close, a little bit too enraptured.
So why have you not, she tries to think on how to mask these words, ended the relationship?
Oh, I have.
No, you haven't. He's still able to walk into the bar.
It's, I mean, it's not easy in these circumstances. He's very good at catching me in public environments. And admittedly, there are some things he may or may not know about me.
Things that will compromise our relationship moving forward?
Depends. There were things that were involved with the circumstances is a more. I'll make sure to say that quietly. Things far from my past. Before any of this, it's it's a complication of my own. It's not something very many people do know or will ever know. And I intend to keep it that way.
Word of warning, then. But individuals like that around people like us are like luggage. Tends to go missing. I have observed for long enough to know a pattern when I see it. I thought you would prefer fair warning.
It's acceptable.
Now, I have a ruined overcoat. She undoes some of the buttons at this point, mostly to let it fall to the sides of her chest to maybe more hide the stains than and draw attention away from the unsightly nature of a spilled drink upon her wares. So, are you sure this is the place you wish for? What do you know of it?
It's a middle ground. It's got a good mixture of necessary playing.
And who hunts here? Looking for a hot date. Sorry, would you repeat that?
I'm not sure what you meant by who hunts here. You mean people or kindred?
She's implying that there's no way in hell that a place like this doesn't already have one or two vampires already feeding here. Probably on the regular, implying you may be on somebody's turf already, or a place that's already claimed.
Well, in all fairness, this is within our domain.
True. But just because you claimed it doesn't mean that. And she's leaning in to make sure because she notices Lupe's terms are slipping. So she tries to cover that up by leaning in a little closer. But as she speaks, that may be. But somebody is going to feed here. Somebody is going to end up finding a way to end up using this place. And they do not care that it is a point of domain. I would also remind you that this is not your domain. It belongs to Pygmalion, and more specifically, Mademoiselle Cosetta. And I understand your want. If it is something you wish, then I think certain amenities can be arranged. But do not move so quickly. Quick leads to sloppy. Sloppy leads to attention. And attention is something that I would rather avoid in these coming nights. Now, that being said, you said, Monsieur, she looks at the bartender, was, I don't believe you ended up telling me his name.
It's because she doesn't have his name yet.
Mm-hmm. Bartender?
Mm-hmm. He looks over to you both.
She gestures with her drink almost empty because some asshole spilled it on her.
He nods and starts fixing up a drink.
Once he comes back over to us. By the way, I didn't catch your name.
Martin.
Martin. My name is Vanessa.
Pleasure to meet you, Vanessa.
Yvette.
And Yvette.
Hmm.
Hope you're having a good time.
See,
I was actually curious, Martin, if you would know the proprietor. Um, Vanessa, she looks to Lupe, implied that you were the proprietor. Oui?
No, I'm just a manager on shift.
Just a manager. Please, I believe that that is more than. I think there's more to you than that, Martin. No, I was simply wondering about this establishment and if it was at all possible to have a moment of your time, perhaps after shift.
To what end exactly? I'm a little busy.
That's why I said after shift. To what end?
To what end? Yeah.
To know about the bar? To know about the location?
She's
There
already
are.
asked for me to give her directions on how to apply if she wants to become a employee.
I'm not talking as an employee. I am talking as. She thinks about it for a minute. I am talking as a representative on behalf of City Council.
City council?
There are certain interests that I wish to end up pursuing, and if these things were of interest, I figured I would spend some more time speaking with Randall to perhaps maybe end up getting a better handle on locations such as these. And to educate myself, to not be speaking of a point of ignorance. But if this is
Like
not something
some kind of
into,
inspection?
more so the concerns of the establishments such as this,
Concerns.
me. After all, I was just accosted by one of your own or patrons, and oh, she gestures showing her jacket, being spilled upon,
Ooh.
and security did nothing. And I'm not here to end up making a big deal out of it, but it does end up telling me there are certain procedures and what have you that may be lackluster,
Well,
and I worry that this might end up impacting you as well.
I mean, I noticed, but the problem seemed to have resolved itself.
Yes, she gestures very much to, or she ends up placing her card, which would make it very clear what she does for a living. Which
Security
might also,
services.
I am experienced in such things.
Right.
So when it resolves itself, typically it's because I'm the one doing the resolving. I just wanted to end up inquiring. But again, you are busy. I would not eat up more of your time. Thank you very much for the drink. I will simply go through another method. I do not wish to interrupt your evening anymore, Monsieur Martin.
All right. Hope you have a good night.
And she looks to Lupe, for a moment, pulls out what appears to be a small pad and paper and just starts writing things down. Writes down the name of the bartender, what time she was here, and she just seems to be like taking notes, like of various things that you might be curious about. Notes on security, things of such.
Lupe is gonna catch a drift, activate awe. It's such a shame. Dira was thinking, yeah, that this was actually going to be pretty significant. Martin, out of curiosity, I've been coming here for the past few nights, and you say you work here regularly, manage your own shift. Do you feel like you get paid enough?
Yeah. I mean, it's bartending, but sort of. What are you getting at? I'm still very confused. Who are you two?
As stated before, we work with the city. We mostly look to invest in seeing about whether or not small establishments are within census, if there is anything that can be done city-wise and
So this is an
demographics.
inspection.
In a sense, yes.
She didn't fucking announce it. It's supposed to send notice. What do you city types do?
Well,
At this point, I was just trying to end up coming for a drink. Martin, she still Lupe. No, back to Martin. I get it. You are a manager. You can't speak to everything, and it is simply what it is.
Look, surprise inspections are kind of
Surprising, yes. I know. It's almost like it's in the name.
well, I was gonna say not legal.
I'm pretty sure assault is also not legal, but it seems to slide by here just fine.
I mean, if you and let's propose
Look,
that they
look.
Martin, you've already made your decision. You have already ended up here offering us our drinks, and you here have the rest of your evening to attend to. I understand perfectly. We will simply end up going about our business as we must. There's nothing more to be said. You wish nothing more of our attention
Look, okay,
or discussion.
stop. What is your intention?
My intention is to end up knowing on the actual value of this place on the market, and end up
It's not
wondering if
for sale, so far as I know.
everything's for sale. The question is simply a matter of price.
That you'll have to take up with the owner.
Oui. But now I am aware of what it is that the value of this place is. And it also ends up letting me know on what it is that is lacking. This is not an official inspection. This is a observation. Now, since you are not in any condition to end up speaking about it, you can simply end up offering us contact with the owner. A phone number will suffice, and my office will end up getting in touch with them momentarily. Or you can decide to move on, and I will just simply remember this conversation fondly.
Fucking Christ.
All I asked was a few moments of your time after shift, but that was too much, and I understand you're busy
Look,
and you
I
just want
didn't
to
say
go
it was
home
too
after shift.
much.
No. You made that abundantly clear.
No, lady, stop. I did not say that. I said, to what purpose, and he rattled off. That's it.
Now you know the purpose. So, we ask again, Martin. Do you have time after your shift?
Sure. Come by 3 o'clock.
Fabia. She places. She pulls out a not insignificant amount of money, places it on the bar as a tip, more than compensating for the drinks and tip at that point. I look forward to seeing you afterwards, Martin. But I must be
All right.
going. I have to clean up this. Well, she gestures at the stain that has happened.
Sorry.
Perhaps we can discuss security.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Very well. She turns and starts walking towards the door, looking at Lupe to follow.
And I certainly do. Of course, I give Martin one more glance afterwards. I kind of enjoyed his strained expression, but I don't give anything in my own demeanor to suggest otherwise. More sort of admiring Mademoiselle Lacroix's acting.
And as you're kind of leaving, he's waved over somebody, and it looks like he's given them a good chewing out.
A point of advice, Mademoiselle Le Flores. Once you have already gotten what you wished for, end the conversation and leave. To further it on is to risk jeopardizing what it is you have already ended up wanting to gain. It turns into a game of cat and mouse that you will inevitably lose out of hubris. He said that's not what I was saying. We could simply then stand and say we will end up seeing him afterwards. He has already painted himself in the corner. To confirm ends up making him believe that he has the choice, as opposed to his argument, which forces him to make the choice we already wish for him. I understand some of us have a propensity to play with our food, but it doesn't do you any good to jeopardize your own objective for a sense of personal satisfaction. Secondly, you wish to end up getting a hold of this individual. I will then end up suggesting that you join me this evening, and we will begin assisting to give you a little bit of leverage in this situation.
Is that so? I do have one question. You did not consider me one of your own yourself yet. So why put so much effort into trying to assist? What do you gain from that?
To see what I am dealing with, to observe, to end up wondering what you can do. If I am wrong, then it is little more than an inconvenience for an evening, and I move along.
Very well.
Besides, I have an advantage that you do not. I know what you can be bought for. I know your price. A place to stay, and a chance to belong. Perhaps a hope that you will actually be a member of a family, a coterie, a gang, to find those of your own kind, and yet feel welcome, a part of something, even if you must drift, to not have to drift so far, to not be driven out, as you earlier alluded to. But what I want, that is a mystery unto you.
Yeah. I guess it's perhaps a mystery now. Maybe I'll find him.
Perhaps you will find a way. At some time. I would end up asking, though, what do you intend to do with that other one that, what was his name?
I don't know. Well,
Let's feast the pet. Pardon. No. But what are you going to do
it's
about him? You seem almost awkward around him. Still carrying an old flame, perhaps?
no, no. Complications, like I say. He holds information from my past that I'd rather not be known.
So why not remove him?
Well, I'm still trying to figure out how.
He scares you, Lupe, but you don't want to admit it. Something deep in your mind is afraid of him. Because what if he knows? Not just about your past, but what about your present?
Thinking to myself, if he knows my past, then that's a matter of finding the leverage. but if he knows my presence, and that's something far more terrifying. The part that I'm really afraid of is the idea that I might have to kill someone. Protect what's important. Get it in myself. It's just a matter.
Oh, go on.
It's just a matter of finding the right angle. I'll take care of him. I have before. I can do so again.
See that you too. I would hate to have to intervene.
I think I
will
would
if
hit
I
that too.
must. Understand that.
See.
Très bien. That being said, how else may I assist you this evening, mademoiselle?
Don't really have anything to do until 3, do we?
It's about that moment, Yvette, you get a call on your phone.
Mama. She walks a small distance away, enough to at least the average person wouldn't be able to overhear the conversation before she picks up the phone.
And you see that it's from Randall's number.
Bonsoir.
Ah, there you are.
Monsieur Pendrum, it's so good to end up hearing of you. I was just mentioning you in the conversation.
Oh, good things, I hope.
Always.
Question. Are you free tonight?
At this exact moment, I will make time for you.
Swell. I need to maybe book an extended contract.
If it is what you are requesting, then I will certainly do so. Would you like me to meet you at your office?
Yes, please. I'm still working on something. But
You
yes,
sound nervous.
we'll discuss in person.
Very well then. I am on my way.
And he hangs up.
She closes the phone and starts to walk back. Pardon, mademoiselle, but at this exact moment, I am being called off to work. The meeting should take a small amount of time. So, I must end up taking my leave. But it should be a few hours before arriving back to discuss, and you at least have your meeting.
See?
I trust you will make the most of it. All I can do is offer you the opportunity. It is you that must perform the deed.
Very well. The opportunity is appreciated. I hope to make good with it.
I look forward to hearing the result. Until then, she gives a small flourish of a semi-curtsy, despite the fact she's not wearing an appropriate attire. To Mademoiselle Flores.
Prepare, mademoiselle. Le gros.
She takes a step and then pauses for a moment. Though, Mademoiselle Flores, I do have to end up asking for a bit of curiosity. It seems that we are both a fan of ink. So why the flower upon your chest? I presume that is where you take your namesake?
Would be so. That is precisely.
So what does it mean?
That was a flower. Begin. No operating anymore. Then she shows a little cross on one of her fingers, though. It's a stick and poke. This, however, is because I was raised Catholic.
Thank you for satisfying my curiosity. She continues to walk, getting ready to her vehicle, and preparing herself for the evening.
And with that, I believe we'll take a quick break. And when we come back, we will see what Mr. Pendrum, the senator proposed, has to say to Yvette. So don't go anywhere, everybody. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to Austin by Starlight, episode 19. Yvette had just gotten a call from a somewhat nervous sounding contact of hers named Randall Pendrum, a prospective for the Senate of the country, and resides here in Austin primarily, taking part in a lot of the sort of local scene when it comes to politics and mingling with who's who and what's what when it comes to who might be prospective donors to his campaigning. He's obviously on a bit of a homestay right now from his campaign trail, and thus has given a call to Yvette a little nervously, asking her to drop by he may need her services for an extended period. And so, at the office near the Capitol building, where he usually holds himself up when it comes to his busy work, Yvette, you find yourself in front of his door.
I am taking a moment to compose myself. Monsieur Pendrum is special to me. I view him somewhat as a mentor figure, in fact. I try to remind myself of one small thing, something that I think, at least, is instinctual to me. Something Andal reminds me. Andal is under my care. And those under my care, I must maintain to watch over. I hold my case, the weapons case that I carry with me everywhere. Take a moment. If I could, I would probably take a deep breath and exhale it out. But at this moment, I first look, just casting a glance at the underside of the door to see if he's working in a well-lit area or if he's simply operating with the desk light on, trying not to garner so much attention. More of an intimate setting, as it were, rather than the boisterous lights of a hallway like you would find in a hospital. Just to gauge what he would see.
You see that the light inside is that more subdued, sort of burning the midnight oil sort of desk lights that you're accustomed to seeing when he calls you out this late.
Very well. I proceed to knock on the door. Monsieur Pendrum, it is Mademoiselle Lacroix.
Yes, 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 come in.
She opens the door, steps inside, and closes it behind.
And you see that he has numerous papers. He has his computer pulled up. He seems to have so many things going on at once in this tiny-ish space that he seems a little frazzled and possibly a little bit understandably so. Ah, yes, yes, welcome. Yes, wanted to talk to you about something. How are you? Pleasantries, right?
Concerned, Monsieur Pendrum. I heard your voice, and I came as quickly as I could. I am displeased to end up seeing you in such distress.
Just busy. And, well, I suppose you're reading the room quite right. I may be in a little bit of trouble.
She walks over and places her case on a nearby chair, easily within arm's reach. Proceeds to walk to the window and observe it, looking outside quickly to see if there's... She's almost immediately in her security mentality, observing anybody who may be watching the window or anything of the such, closing the curtains if they weren't already, scanning the room as she walks around. A not unusual thing that Yvette has done. several times sweeping the room before continuing the conversation. After she's perhaps finished, she stops and takes a moment to stand at Randall's side. Now, tell me what troubles you, Monsieur Pendram.
Well, I may have done an oops. Well, maybe just a little one. What do you know about the local gang families?
Presume I know nothing, and begin tell me what you think I should know.
Well, in trying to garner support, one has to search out all avenues of possible funding, and it's not unheard of for politicians to want to broaden their horizons, as it were. I may have spoken.
Trust a local criminal?
A fairly substantial local criminal.
Mm.
It wasn't to my knowledge at the time, but come to find out that they're involved in a lot of different things, and I am not sure how to wiggle my way out of it. And I think that because I haven't called him in quite some time, that it might have garnered his ire. And that's why I have requested you. You are the best when it comes to personal security, and I would hate to lose the campaign trail due to the lack of life. We're already so very far, and I think we're actually doing really well in the mock polls and things of that sort.
Compose yourself, Monsieur Pendram. After all, what would the voters think to end up seeing you in such a state?
Well, that's why I'm glad we're not talking in public.
It is understandable.
With you, I can be as nervous and upset about it as I possibly can and should be, and in the public, not so much.
You will always have my discussion.
I appreciate that. That's why I pay you the big bucks.
But this is requiring me to circumvent the law.
Is circumventing the law the necessary part of that?
I am now aware that you have involved yourself in the criminal element, and thus it ends up becoming an issue of now I am a co-conspirator.
Right.
So, Monsieur Pendram, how would you like me to proceed? I am at your service, as always.
Well, I would appreciate any assistance you might have in watching my home overnight. I do have daytime crew, and
But you need something far more subdued for the evening. And something that can be explained away as perhaps an affair rather than its truest of intent.
perhaps, yes. I love your ideas. I certainly don't come up with the best ones in that regard. You've always been such a good advisor to me as well, and I don't think I'd be where I am without you.
The feeling is mutual, I assure you. Now, she pulls up a chair and sits herself crossing her legs and resting her hands on her lap, as though nothing could possibly go wrong at this exact moment. So, do you still have access to a proper vest?
Yes, yes. I did bring it up in my briefcase with me today.
Are you wearing it now?
He kind of checks himself. Yes.
Good.
It's comfortable, and I forgot I had it on.
Fantastic. It means it's a good fit. Now, tell me about this individual. She pulls out her notepad and begins to prepare herself to write notes to be sure on what it is that he's involved himself in.
When I initially met him, he just simply went by Jose, and Jose Hernandez, and I didn't think anything twice of it. It's a common enough name, and upon speaking with him, he did say he was a businessman and dealt primarily in trade, and you know, named off some businesses that he was associated with, and I felt like it was on the up and up. And then I realized in doing some digging, as one does, that some of the people associated with him were criminal, and so therefore it led me to the assumption that he's possibly involved with that too, and I felt that I should cut off ties, and then next thing I know, there's a black van down the block, kind of scoping out the neighborhood.
At your personal home.
Yes.
She continues to write down. Now, ST, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe I have already been introduced to Jose.
Yes, Jose Maria Hernandez.
What else can you tell me? Information allows me to understand exactly what I must end doing to prepare.
Well, I've met him once at his estate, and he gives off the address. You know that address. You've been there before with PAX.
He simply nods and is going about it very well.
And so, yes, I feel as if I have been bamboozled. And I don't know how to
I'd like to insight that.
go for it. Wits insight.
Because I'm not sure if he's. I'm not sure if he is. Yeah, we'll power that. Just for one. Hail Mary attempt, but it could crit. 2.
You get the sense that he does feel like he was led astray. To a degree.
Very well. With degree.
So yes, looking out for black vans, making sure that people don't get out of them, and ransack my home is the primary objective of the job.
Very well.
For an extended period of time, and so that
Until when?
a few
Do
months
you
at least.
do you have a time frame for when it is that this will be handled? Do you have other resources upon this in which to end up making sure that it will only be a few months?
I intend on moving house. Rather, a rather not so public event, actually, and that should correct the issue.
Perhaps. But if these are as nefarious of individuals as you have claimed, I don't mean to alarm you, but I must end up pointing out the practicality that if they are involved, well, let us begin first and foremost. What have you received from them? Outside of a few communique, have you received money? Have you received any other odd donations?
There have been the odd sort of donations that have flooded in, yes, and anyone that doesn't really necessarily have something that I've personally approved, unless I've been transferred back at
Yeah.
what I could figure out at least.
She tries to end up ascertaining the dollar figure required and all that. The little details
It's
that
in
she
the several $100,000.
very well then. This is a complication.
Yes, because reversing transfers of that kind of money from a donor is odd.
True.
And it's not like I haven't received donations of that size before.
True. But you wish to end up keeping this from spilling out to the press.
Yes. We're so close. It's so close I can taste it. I don't want to lose momentum. But this is bigger than I anticipated, and I almost think that I should pull out of the race.
Absolutely not. You have sacrificed too much. You have already stepped into the lion's den. At this point, well, the sky is the limit, and I am told space is the place.
I suppose, but I'm also considering going to the authorities with it.
But to do so would hinder your chances in your campaign.
It would.
And
And
so
so I'm
you
in a
are,
pickle.
Monsieur Pendrum, I cannot make the decision for you. I've
always appreciated your advice, Yvette. You've always been so wise. And a good friend.
She leans forward. Monsieur Pendrum, you have a decision, and I would ask you to search within yourself what it is you wanted to become. Do you? You have two options. One is to turn away from this path. Go to the authorities, confess your sins. Remain with what integrity you have left. A horrible mistake, but not so far that it cannot be. It will not damn you, but it will damn your campaign. Or you go down the other path. And then you are wishing to end up taking it all. Allow your ambition, your mind, and your authority to be absolute. To stand against the tide and demand that it recede through sheer force of will. I cannot, in good conscience, make that decision for you, Monsieur Pendulum. All I can say is that whatever you choose, I will be at your side.
I became a politician to do good in this world we live in. That maybe my voice would be the voice of the people that I represent. To protect those that need a voice. To speak for those who need a voice. I have some contemplating to do.
I will protect your family and yourself for as long as it takes. But the longer you wait, the more you damn either decision. I do not ask for you to rush to a decision. But this is a line, this is a place where you must be decisive. So understand that time is of the essence.
It's true.
But
which road leads to more
promise
good?
you this. Can promise you this, Monsieur Pandrum. You would not be in a position to aid those who you wish if you were to open bring in the police. But if you were to take the other path, you know that in the end I will be stacking up bodies like cordwood. Because that's how it has to end. That is the currency that would have bought your campaign. The road to hell is paved with good intention.
Yes, it is.
And all I can be is your Virgil.
Then I think there might be only one decision to make. I don't want bodies on my conscience.
And you do not want to leave those without a voice alone in the dark. It is difficult, oui?
Yes. But perhaps exposing what's going on in the criminal world in this city will do more good than I ever could in the Senate. It's a possibility, isn't it?
Truthfully, no. They would remove you. And you would be exposing them for a few moments. Then you'd be silenced. And then forgotten. As those who would speak about it would look to you as example of what happens when they speak out against such things. This is a infinitely more difficult game. And I find it unacceptable to end up losing a client, even to their own wishes. If you wish for them to end up leaving you be, truly, I will do all in my power to do so. But know that these things will never end well, either way you choose. So I ask, whose voice do you represent? She stands. She opens up.
I told myself I wasn't going to be one of them. The sick, corrupt fucks.
I know.
Now I'm either being paid to be hushed or I'm being paid to be their voice. How in the world did I end up in this mess?
Because you wanted to do good.
Fat lot of good that did, I guess.
Monsieur Pendrum, you are not a naive young man. You knew when you took office that this was what you were standing against. You knew that this was not a game that could be played cleanly. You knew that from the start, and yet you braved the beast. I am your sword and shield, but I must know your mind and intent. I cannot simply wait for you to be attacked again and again, because they will continue to hunt if they are not responded to adequately.
Darn it.
I will end up being with your family. But if you want this to go away, that you must be ready to travel down a dark path, so those like you don't have to. Ours is the burden.
Brave the storm. Thank you.
I'll make preparation. And I will see what I can do. At that moment, I reach into my shoulder holster and pull out my Glock, place it down upon his desk. Consider it a loner until you get your own. Someday, I will not be able to be at your side, but I would not leave you unguarded, even if it's by your own hand.
Thankfully, I've been to the range recently.
Good. Consider it a loner until you can end up getting your own. Register to everything above board.
Wouldn't have it any other way.
Fantastic. That does end up reminding me, however, of two things. One, perhaps of little consequence, or perhaps you've been too busy. I've been hearing ruckuses in, I believe it's the northern part of the city. Is there any kind of construction job or something like that that is going on? Because I am hearing conflicting rumors.
Well, nothing out of the ordinary. The interstate is always under construction, and there were talks in the city a couple of years back about possibly creating a bypass, but that's kind of fallen by the wayside as other things have taken priority. And, well, it's...
She writes this down. Secondly, I may have a possibility to get yours if we're able to resolve this situation. I think I may have a way of laundering the funds that you have acquired to perhaps make it come out in the wash. I'm no expert, but I think I know of an individual who may have it of interest.
If that's at all possible, it's a... You know, I imagine something like that would be at a commission rate, of course. And...
To an extent. And right now, the important thing is to end up getting you safe. There's a small bar. I still have to get in contact with its owner, but honestly, how many more years can I end up continuing to get shot at? I thought I might try something a little less dangerous, perhaps getting shanked by a champagne bottle.
Oh, goodness. Going into bouncer work?
No. I think proprietor.
Proprietor.
Make me a local businesswoman.
Mm.
It makes for a great immigrant story that you can perhaps use. And also ends up doing a fantastic job of receiving patronage of those who may end up finding themselves wishing to end up continuing along the campaign trail. At the very least, show some revitalization, and such renovations would require money changing hands, which may or may not be slipped into certain, shall we say, pockets. We are talking about laundering here. Need a way to launder it. I am suggesting using some of those funds in a method that might end up assisting us both.
Reinvesting in the community.
I could not set it better myself. I will make the arrangements and try and end up affording all costs and care. I will see you tomorrow evening at your residence, and I will continue to stand watch until I can get in touch with this Monsieur Hernandez. And I will see exactly where we stand in this oopsie of yours.
Thank you.
I am at your service, Monsieur Bender.
Just you being here helps put so much weight off of my shoulders. You have no idea.
Yeah.
It just makes me feel that much safer. I don't know what I would do without you. Again, I don't know how I would ever repay you.
Monsieur Pentrum, you have a lifetime to worry about that.
Well, I'm 57. I've got half of a lifetime.
More than enough. She goes back to the window, observes, closes the blind again, goes to her case, and produces a different style of weapon, one that was recently gifted to her. The beauty of craftsmanship. She checks the safety, checks for one in the chamber, shoulders it into, or places it into her shoulder holster, checks every bit of her equipment before she closes the case. Is there anything else I can be of assistance with, Monsieur Pendrum?
I noticed you have a ring. I wasn't there the last time we talked.
Sounded. Maybe she smiles a bit. He makes me incredibly happy.
Well, congratulations to you and the lucky man.
At this point, I am. She shakes herself for a moment. I am simply trying to end up with ascertaining being on the job, so to speak. But I am grateful. So I know on how much this job means to you, Monsieur Pendrum. But it grows late.
It is, and I should get home.
Shall I escort you to your car?
That would be nice, yes.
She starts to take her case and walk to the door. She starts going through the motions, the ones Randall is probably very well familiar with. The little things she's asked him to do. Allow her to open doors, to check through, to try to walk by his side, but always try and end up being aware of his position between her and any window or doorway. Trying to she tries to end up doing that simultaneous situation of looking like she belongs there at his side while also being present enough to end up studying the angles where he could be threatened. She's very much on guard at this point, which would be expected given her vocation.
And he follows the instructions as he's grown to trust your guidance and the little signals and things of that sort that you have worked out together to help him, kind of accommodate what it is you're asking without openly asking. And you escort him to his car, and he locks the doors, makes sure that things are all sorted, and starts to drive away. And we'll be right back. Just one moment, everybody.
No problem.
Welcome back, everyone, to Austin by Starlight, episode 19. After getting to the scene and the layout of the bar that they had been scoping out and talking to Martin about meeting him up after uh, the bar closes, and having given an old fling, Tyler, her number, Lupe is walking down the streets, kind of minding her own business as she gets several of these phone calls. I don't doubt that she's avoiding a couple of them from time to time, trying to put off this phone call as much as possible, but Lupe, you finally give in and answer the phone call and agree to meet up in a public place. And it's still the same evening, so it is still early in the evening, so that things aren't necessarily all that dangerous, as it were.
Picking up the phone. Hola.
Finally.
I'm thoroughly surprised that you happen to even be there, but...
Look, Nessa, all I want is to talk, okay?
What about? What is there to talk about?
Everything. Nothing. Just whatever, catch up. You're still hanging out with the bitch right now?
Don't call her that.
Fine.
I'm alone at the moment. If you want to meet up and talk, we're on 6th Street, center of town.
Fine. That's just fine. As I was kind of headed out in that direction anyway. you know, the bars around outside of 6th Street get a little stuffy for my liking. A little restrictive, you know?
Sure. If you say so.
All right, I'll catch you up. I'll meet you, and he gives you an intersection to meet him up at.
See, I will be there waiting.
I'll see you there. And he hangs up. And before too long, you're not waiting more than several minutes to before, uh, probably about 10-15 minutes that he arrives, having parked his car, kind of meets you up at the intersection where he said he would. Hey.
Hello. So, I mean, what are you doing in the city? What brings you to Austin?
Just recently moved here. Uh, you know, trying to get the scope of things. First thing I did is come up and down 6th Street, kind of find all of the good places, right?
It's true. I recently got a tour myself. Can show you some spots.
I mean, that'd be great. Catch up. What have you been up to?
And she just starts walking. Has a little finger to make him follow. And I mean, I've been mostly moving around a lot. I got a new job. It's got me pretty much on the road 24/7.
Sounds
Also
intense.
I'm just a lot to drive me.
Sounds boring.
Hardly. Be surprised what you see on the road.
Yeah, but if you're constantly driving the same route, I mean, it gets old after a while, right?
I think you just lack the ability to look for things. You're boring.
I'm not boring. Fuck no, I'm not boring. I mean, you wouldn't know that anymore, would you, Miss trying to settle down?
It's, I mean, I'm just trying to figure out the good place to be. I like running around. I did. And I enjoyed a lot of I enjoyed a lot of the traveling we did, but I really just can't do that anymore. It wasn't good for my, I mean, it wasn't good for my health anymore.
Good for your health. Since when have you cared about that?
It's it's more complicated than you think. Don't laugh at me. And she shoves him.
And he kind of shoves you a little bit back. Look, the traveling, you settle down, you're gonna go on the grid at some point. You've been wanting to stay off the grid, right?
I mean, that's generally been it. And I have been. But
And I haven't really pried into, why it is that you want to stay off the grid, too much. It's none of my fucking business. But that's been your thing, right? You don't want to be on the grid.
it's none of your business, and yet you still had it up against me. Don't think I haven't forgotten.
What in the world are you talking about now?
Act like you don't know.
Well, in this particular conversation, no, I don't know what you're talking about.
When I told you not to look into it, not to look into anything about me or about Tio or any of that, and you still did.
Oh, that's about that. Yeah. My bad.
Yeah, you're bad.
But you still hung around me. You still. What? You use me like a sack of potatoes and then toss me out to the wind?
Oh, don't act like you're innocent.
Don't act like you're fucking innocent either. You have a history, I have a history. We're both shitty people. So what?
I don't want to do that anymore.
What do you think is gonna happen if you settle down?
Look, I've been taking precautions. I've been trying to do everything I can. And it's not just me. All right. There are plenty of people who do, with long lives. You don't have to free all the time.
Look, all I'm saying is that you don't have to give up a lifestyle of fun just because what? What in the world does this city offer you that the road doesn't?
It offers me opportunity, one that I didn't have.
Opportunity. You sound like an entrepreneur or some shit.
Is that so wrong?
Well, I guess not if you want to be some, like, fucking lackadaisy CEO or some shit. Come on. You're telling me that you don't want to go and climb the interior of the Grand Canyon just because?
You're not wrong at the same time.
Or, hell, we could even do some of that here. You know, they insist on safety gear. But the caverns, Natural Bridge Caverns, there's just a few hundred miles that way, and we can go spelunking.
Wouldn't be a problem if it was just that. You know what really happens when we get together. We both do. It's more than just that, Tyler.
Yeah, talking about the greatest times of our lives, remember?
I'm not going to try and burn down the building again.
No, I was talking about fucking. Come on. It was the best you ever had. Remember? You kept telling me that every single goddamn time.
No, it's not. No.
You were the best I ever had, so what am I supposed to do now? Settle for second best?
You need. What I think you need to do is move on.
I can't get you out of my head, Nessa. You're always in my thoughts. You're always there, and I can't make it stop. No matter how hard I try, no matter who else I'm with, they're all you.
Then what do you want me to do about it? It's not happening again. We're not doing any of that again.
Why not? What are you so fucking scared of?
I am not going to return to any of that. I'm not returning to it. There is so much more that I want to be, that I want to do and accomplish. And I can't be fraternizing with danger and the absolute absurdity that you play with. Being with you is like poison. Because every time I am with you, without failure, I find myself in trouble. I wish it was simple as just the fun times and the cute times. I wish it was as simple as the sex or climbing the Grand Canyon or going out and doing skiing and stunts.
It is that simple. What do you do? Why are you making it complicated?
I'm not making it complicated, Tyler.
It isn't complicated. We just go.
You get me into trouble. You put me in dangerous situations that I can't afford anymore.
And he kind of gently pushes you up against the wall, but you like it that way.
I cannot afford it. Want and need are two different things.
They don't have to be.
They must be.
Why? What's got that stick so far up your ass that it's got you thinking that you have to make these a choice between the two?
Couldn't possibly understand it.
Try me. You won't even give me the fucking chance to understand because you won't fucking talk to me.
She puts her hand on his mouth, and she flips him over so that she is pressing him into the wall. You already are too close. And the closer you get into things that have nothing to concern you with, the more danger it puts you in, the more danger it puts me in, and the more danger it puts everything that I care for in. And it doesn't occur to you even once. I've had police after me because of you. I have had to move because of you. I have lost home, and I have had to take on work I was not prepared to. Because you wanted to have fun, because you wanted to play.
No. That's a lie and you know it. You wanted that too. You wanted it. You can't tell me you didn't. The thrill.
Whether I did or not doesn't matter anymore because it's not what I want now. And it's not what I need now. And I need you to step away from that. Step away from me. So get it through your head.
You make me crazy. I need you, Nessa. need you more than anything else in my life, and you can't tell me that you didn't make me this way.
Trixie.
You wanted it this way. You wanted us to be this way.
Yeah. I need you to step away.
I can't do that.
And I need you to not pry.
I won't pry. But I can't stay away. I can't. It hurts too much. You ever feel so heartbroken that you can't be separated from that person because it just hurts too much?
There's nothing I can give you now.
I just want you. I need you. I feel like I'll die without you. The way that you kiss my neck.
If I do that, will you step away then?
I could try. But I don't know how. I don't know how to exist without you, Nessa.
So she takes his face, holds it gently.
I love you. You're stupid too.
She gently kisses him, runs her hands down his neck, revealing his collarbone, kissing right into the clavicle.
Do you want to go back to my place? Because we know how this ends.
I don't have one.
That's fine. And he leads you over to his car.
He follows.
And he takes you to his little small home. It's an apartment. And he starts to kiss you again.
And there I have to blush a blush, don't I?
Yeah, that's fine.
Whee! Bonk.
Doesn't make you any hungrier this time.
He goes along with him, lets him take the lead for a moment before the slight tinge of the beast tells her to take control. And she will take one dot of blood from him and give him the lingering kiss again.
All right.
And it's hard because he's absolutely right. This is her fault. She chose him early on to take her where she needed to be, to feed from. He was her favorite. All the time. He was the one who came through. He was the one who always had the way to fulfill this inner turmoil that came with the curse of Huron. But in all truth, she didn't fully comprehend how bad it got. How genuinely terrible these powers were. How much pain she could cause with them until, well, until she realized that he really couldn't live without her. And he constantly got too close. It wasn't just her past that he was using. Now she has the issue of the masquerade to protect, and in truth, it's not as easy to just kill someone as you would think. That's what all the kindred say. If there's a masquerade breach, you remove it. That's a person. Tyler was some of the best parts of Lupe's life. I suppose unlike.
He tastes this good. He is this fun.
And when Lupe is done, with the feed, with the fun, whatever it is it needed to be. She takes herself immediately and gets dressed. I need to go.
Yeah, right. I'll call you.
You listen to what I say. Don't search for me. I mean it.
After all that, that's it? Just don't search for you. What, are you gonna find me when you want me next?
It's all it can be. It's
Just gonna toss me aside like I'm trash.
you. You still. You still came for me. And I already told you I can't.
Fine, fine.
And you
Whatever, go. Yeah, that.
She just
Just go.
she grabs her coat, takes it, and she leaves. She slams the door. It's walking. There's a little bloody tear that runs down her face. I can't understand anything. She leaves for the bar.
Alright. Which, after meeting with Mr. Pendrum, Yvette was on her way there as well. So, you both don't have to wait very long to meet up with each other, as it is getting close to 3 o'clock. That time in which Martin said that he would be meeting with you both. Which does give you a few minutes before then to collect yourselves and do what you need to.
Ruby shows up. She's somewhat flustered, but trying to compose herself.
Yvette will end up taking one look over Mademoiselle Flores. Take note of her condition. A condition she's very familiar with this night, given the office she just left. She had escorted Monsieur Pendrum to his house and gave a quick security check before she ended up leaving. And she looks upon Lupe. She takes a moment. You seem distressed, Mademoiselle Flores.
Why? Should I go put on new makeup?
Yvette reaches into her pocket and offers a handkerchief.
Okay.
Has something happened?
Nothing of consequence. Really.
Are you ready to end up doing this?
See, I I suppose I'm just gathering myself for the first time. I admit, Mademoiselle Lecroix, earlier I appreciated the input and advice you gave me. I'm not as eloquent in my efforts and movements.
We are what we are. To deny that is to deny oneself. You are a wanderer, a daredevil. Your nature, the very nature of your blood, makes you a trickster. All we can do is find a way to use that in a way that allows us to continue on to the next night. Elders refer to this state as a point of damnation. Perhaps there is a wisdom to that.
Certainly hope so.
What pain?
Hmm?
Pardon. When I see someone in distress, my immediate response is to wonder what it is that must be done to alleviate the circumstance. If somebody has harmed you, you are under the protections of Baron Kane.
No, it's nothing. The only thing I'm going to accomplish is what will help me is to move forward. So forward I move.
Do you know on how you will approach this meeting? Do you have a plan?
If we're going off with the same angle as before. See?
Very well then, Mademoiselle Flores. Show me what it is Ravnos can do. She walks around Lupe. An angel in the rain. And she steps to the side behind Mademoiselle Flores' right shoulder. Composes herself as a soldier would.
And it's in that moment that, as you're watching this back door of the bar, the gentleman known as Martin comes out with a cigarette kind of hanging out of his mouth for a moment. It's not lit as of yet, but he's kind of locking up the door, and when he's sufficiently locked up, and he goes to light the cigarette and sees that you two are there. Oh, hi.
Hola, Senor Martin. We are here as discussed.
Yes, yes. It's been a long night. Remind me again why. What's what's this about?
I'm gonna go ahead and pop off. As established before, we were here and conducting certain affairs of business. Originally, as we discussed, we are working with the city as well as other high officials
Uh huh.
and investors. Now, the issue at hand is there are things that can be done for the establishment. And while we will be working with your proprietor in the future, I think certain complaints could be potentially alleviated or at least withheld in your favor, but only under certain conditions. I understand you like this job, at least as far as being able to maintain it. It provides. See?
And I like bartending. Yeah.
Very good. And you don't want to lose this particular avenue.
So I'm I'm pardon me if I'm a little bit slow, but you're with the city. You originally came in last night to ask for a job. Now you're threatening my job? I, I, I look, I
Mademoiselle, uh, Mademoiselle Flores would end up seeing you that turn to her. She doesn't say anything at first, simply ready to jump in if Mademoiselle Flores requires it.
I think I'm just at a bit of a loss. I get it that
Is
it was a misstep on security's part to that the guy bumped into you with the drink. I reprimanded him for that. That's the security should have been there to handle the situation. I, I took care of it.
more than that, senor. It is not merely a matter of security, it is a matter of circumstances that we find ourselves in. You see, as I mentioned before, we're with the city, we are investors, and we would be speaking with the proprietor. But the point being, if it's not already clear, is that my purpose is in fact inspection. I test employee base and the customer manners. I test the customer age in general. Now, I was asking for a job last night to see what the circumstances were on that, whether or not you would take my offer, whether or not you could be brought in that scenario. Fair enough. It's good to know that was not your first rodeo as far as that was concerned.
I I've been in this job. I've been in the industry for about as long as I've had a working career. I know what to look for.
See? And it is that particular eye that I would provide my compliments to.
Thanks, I guess.
But there are other concerns. I did go about within the building. You rejected any sort of communications or offers provided by my cohort last night. And this evening as well. You also dejected us. Knowing, regardless of the circumstances, it should be noted. It was not, what do you say, savvy.
I, as the DM, am genuinely confused. Uh, could you
Okay.
clarify just a little bit?
Yeah, she's just basically saying last night Alistair was saying, "Hey, I'm interested in business," and then he just basically just said, "Yeah, I don't fucking care." So Lupe is pointing that out, like, you should have given a card, but you didn't.
Well, I'm
And then
sorry if I was a little testy last night. I had more drinks to serve. Customer comes first, right? Business comes later.
no. The same circumstances occurred tonight. Now, my cohort and I will be investing in the business going into the future. My point being is that I was not fully impressed with yourself.
So you're intending to go to the owner to complain about me? And purchase up the business so you could fire me?
Nothing so petty.
Yeah, it would be rather petty.
No. It is a simple question. What makes the business operate? Where are its strengths? Where are its weaknesses, both in structure and in staff? These are things we must end up considering. We wish to end up speaking with you here, Martin, not because of any aggression towards you, but in truth, I found you quite surprising. You have a passion, you enjoy this work, and yet you remain here. Whatever ended up offering such loyalty to this kind of establishment? I would imagine you've had job offers in other locations.
I like my regulars. They tip well.
You care for them.
Well, yeah, this is basically my neighborhood, so. A little bit of a personal stake, more than a cash grab.
Does the owner feel the same way?
I wish he was a little bit more hands-on, but, he's got a couple of places that he owns. He does all the work that he's supposed to when it comes to, you know, managing 3 different places and otherwise.
What would you change if you could? You say you wish he was more hands-on, but you're the one who's most hands-on. You stand here in the rain to end up entertaining the conversation.
Only because I don't smoke inside.
Fantastic.
Building codes
Oh,
and all that.
but what would you have if this was your own?
My own?
Oui.
Uh,
Entertain the possible.
I mean, if I don't have that kind of cash, but
That's not what I asked.
I don't know. I
You had concern in the neighborhood. This is your home, your place of business, your work, your people.
I think the only thing I'd change is, like you said, uh, security was maybe a little lax. I probably would add another guy, but that's not in the man hours.
No.
I'm only given so much.
Then allow me to showcase a little bit of good faith. You read my card, oui?
You deal in security.
What can oftentimes be mistaken for more people may also be cultivated in training. What to watch for, how to manage crowds, how to observe. You wish for it to be a hangout, but that is for the customers, not for the staff. You want to provide the best for your people. We
Yeah.
want to. That is where your heart lies. She looks to Mademoiselle Flores for a moment as though to signal that this is up here. This is where perhaps the conversation went wrong. Then goes back to Martin. Martin, we intend to end up purchasing this location.
Good luck.
It is not a matter of luck. I assure you of that.
I mean, I suppose you'd let it go for a price tag, but
Everybody has it. For you,
you might try to gouge it on you. Just beware.
it is no consequence. That's not the purpose. What I see here is a future. And I would rather deal with someone who truly feels as though they are a part of this, not some employee who cares not of the time or the place. It is simply ours to be booked. That is what we are looking for, Monsieur Martin.
It's Martin Price, by the way.
Monsieur Price. And I suppose every man has it. So, in good faith, I will, in time, contact you to offer my services in training, to assist in perhaps making things with little compensation on your end, to end up being sure that you have at least the training required, if not the manpower. Safety of your customers is forefront, after all.
Well, I'd like to consider most of my regulars are pretty friendly and my friends, to be honest.
And you'd like to end up making sure that they have the best that you can offer. Me?
Oh, yeah, that's another thing I'd change. I'd probably switch beers.
You think something else would end up doing? I think, Monsieur Price, you've never been given the chance to show what you can do. I intend to give you that chance.
And you're an investor who works in security.
Makes sense, does it not? Why do you think my expertise was asked when I ended up coming here to observe? She walks up closer. I want you to consider it. We will arrive again, and you will consider your future and the future of this place. I think you will find it most agreeable. Now, would you be kind enough to hand your number to Mademoiselle Flores and I, so we may discuss this further, perhaps in a more civil time?
Yeah, and he pulls out a slip of paper. He doesn't really have a card for himself, but he writes his number on it with the as on the back of a card from the actual bar. He just keeps a couple in his pocket and hands it to you, Lupe.
Lupe takes it.
Fantastic. Now, there is one more thing you can do for me,
Okay.
and I will rouse the blood.
Oh,
Ah, that sucks.
yeah, gets a little hungrier.
You will unlock the door. Then you will pull out your keys, unlock the door, turn off the security measure, then simply place your keys back in your pocket.
And he does exactly as you say. His eyes kind of glaze over. He pulls the keys out of his pocket, unlocks the door, almost not really even looking at the lock. Goes to disable the burglar alarm, and then puts the keys into his pocket.
And as he finishes that last bit, I'm going to bite him.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to drink of him 2 points worth of blood.
Okay.
Now, I'm fairly certain he does not meet my feeding requirements, so I am willing to burn the first 2 willpower to do so.
Yeah, you haven't directly affected his life as of yet.
But I'm going to make this a slow feed, almost like from a distance in the dark, in the rain, it looks more like a makeout section. Things are getting hot and heavy. He's getting lucky in the back of the bar. But this should afford Mademoiselle Flores an opportunity, should she feel adventurous.
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Okay. You now have access to the bar, which also means you now have access to the office, phone numbers, contacts, such as emergency contact with the owner.
Oh, okay. I take that hint. Sure. Okay.
Yep. Lupe is smart enough to pick up on something like that. She has
She's
free.
ready.
She has free range of the place, so whatever she thinks is valuable, she can swipe if she likes.
All right.
So,
Whatever she thinks is valuable,
if she wants to end up doing that.
if she wants to, of
But
course.
I'll take a couple phone numbers, and I guess specifically I will be looking for anything that seems like an unusual number, like contacts of pertinence.
Okay. So a lot of the things that you can get are what you find in the office is a list of phone numbers for distributors. Definitely the phone number for the owner. Definitely the phone number for someone who's kind of a kind of almost like an assistant to the owner. Uh, and a couple of things that are of importance when it comes to that. But most of which you think are pretty unimportant in this moment, but you take down the ones that are important and make copies of them so that you don't leave any traces that you took anything. And what else are you wanting to do?
Main thing I'm trying to look for is Yvette once mentioned whether or not there might be some others who hunt here, regardless of domain sanctions.
Mm.
So the main thing I'm looking for is suggestions to that and how to contact them.
Hmm.
Or if there's like names that are posted anywhere, like
Roll me a wits and investigation. Because while Yvette can feed slow, you don't have long.
can I also blood search?
You may if you like.
I will do that. If I get hungrier, but that's not an issue. Wits investigation?
Pardon me. Ooh.
That's the most I could have asked for.
5 successes on 5 dice. Okay. you kind of scour the place a little bit. It places that you're fairly certain, like anything that stands out like something that you would do to indicate that you're this person's go-to vampire. You're looking for these kinds of things, and what you find is that there isn't a phone number, but there's a sort of strange sort of symbol kind of carved into a corner near the, like, because it's a desk that kind of wraps around the entire office space, kind of carved into the corner on one of them, one of the walls. And so looking at it, it's not a marking that's left by any kind of manufacturer. It's like hand carved in.
I would take one of the printed papers that I find in the room and take a pencil and just very quickly
Do a rubbing.
over it.
All right.
Get a rubbing, fold that into my pocket. I know who might know this.
All right. But that is the thing of importance that you find that might be significant.
And as I return, I see Yvette finishing up her feeding, and I just wave at her. And I make my way outside.
And she pulls her fangs and licks the wound. It's everything she can do not to gag immediately. But as soon as Martin is starting to regain consciousness, she simply touches his face and says, "Forget." Trying to remain composed, she waits for him to
He kind
come
of
to as she's
slow.
holding him up.
He slow blinks, kind of comes out of that compelled daze.
Monsieur
Oh,
Price? Monsieur Price, are you okay?
uh, I'm a little woozy.
The rain must be getting to you. I didn't realize the day would be so taxing upon you.
The
Are you all right?
how did
You started talking about you were answering questions and then you fell forward. Just now,
I feel dizzy?
okay. I
Uh,
know it is not my place, but I am security. Be sure you've locked up. Be sure everything's settled beforehand.
yeah,
I do not feel right leaving you in this predicament. I don't think you should be driving at this point. Perhaps get you a cab.
yeah. Oh, I didn't. I feel a little bit like I've been roofied. Oh,
You don't drink on the job, do you?
no. No.
Okay. Be sure you
Weird.
be sure to check everything beforehand.
Yeah. And he goes to goes to making sure that things are where they're supposed to be, that all the doors are locked up like they should be, all of the alarms are set
The-
before I clear escorting you out too.
I proceed to call him a cab, trying to offer him even payment to do so.
I should probably go to the hospital.
No, at this point, you think you need bed rest more than anything. You, you end up going to hospital, you end up here losing an entire day's wage at minimum. You just look tired.
I don't feel just tired. I feel off. I don't know. Maybe.
I think it is best for you to get home. Give it a day. Perhaps you just worked yourself to the point of exhaustion. You said it yourself. You keep this entire ship running.
Yeah.
Owner doesn't even show up.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Thanks.
It's your price. Be well.
And you shut the door on the cab, and it drives off, leaving the two of you in the parking lot.
As soon as Monsieur Price ends up leaving, Mademoiselle Flores would end up seeing Mademoiselle Lacroix drop to her knees, clenching her stomach. A fucking noise, a choking.
It tastes like
Mademoiselle Lacroix.
it tastes like bile in your mouth.
Mademoiselle Lacroix. Are you okay? What's going on? What?
She looks up at you, Lupe, and you may even see tears in her eyes from the choking.
She looked as if she was retching there for a second.
What has you so sick? What's going on?
This is what happens when I do what you do. Oh, hunker up. She tries to grab hold
You
of
could
Lupe's
taste the
shoulder.
sort of ashy alcohol.
It's horrible.
Not like he drank it, just like it was suffused into his being. He
Pardon.
tasted like overworked and underpaid.
I leverage myself upon Lupe's shoulder and try and end up getting myself to stand. Slowly trying to make my way to a vehicle. I am apologize, Mademoiselle Flores. You should not have had to witness that.
It's perfectly fine, but are you going to be okay?
Oh, what you wouldn't give for a taste of Dale right now, just to get that out of your mouth.
I'll survive.
Do you need me
Yes.
to take you anywhere, or
No. You said you could not hold still. We
see?
That is what happens when I feed. I become ill. It is all I can do to try and not lose the very blood that I have taken. It's horrible.
I'm so sorry. So nothing is good.
Not much, but it's a start. Did you get what you needed?
Lupe pulls out a bunch of different phone numbers that she's collected and also unravels the etching that she made from her pockets.
Yvette's still taking a moment to clear her eyes as she looks at not the documents, but at Lupe. Never take a moment to listen to Martin. Listen to what really matters to him. That will end up letting you know what is to be negotiated. He is not about the money. He is about the place. His loyalty is to the neighborhood, regardless on who owns the pub. It's not his interests you'd win. He can be leveraged. Oof. Oh. Oh. Pardon. Pardon. Be...
I'm not. I know nothing about business, really. I tend to be doing the work, really. But I did listen to you when you mentioned who else might be hunting around here. And I think we got someone else who might be interested in investments on this pub.
Perhaps. I need a moment. But you have accomplished what you wished, Mademoiselle Flores. You have your inn. And I will continue to aid as I can. But this is the last evening I can give for now. The rest is upon you. I will assist how I can. This is the last night for some time. I can come here. She wipes the corner of her mouth, feeling Martin's blood on the corner of her lip. This disgusting thing. Something. It's like eating an apple that has not ripened. It's horrible. She takes a moment and begins to look over what it is Lupe has done. And on occasion, perhaps, Lupe, you'll notice when Yvette looks upon you, there might be a small look of pride in her eye.
And Yvette, that is a marking you are familiar with, as you've inscribed many a place back in France with this mark. Jacques Lacroix. I think that is where we are going to complete the session for tonight. Leaving these two to go about the rest of their evening, and we will come back with a new night next time. But I hope you all have had fun watching a sort of special episode where it's just the two of the ladies of the party. Two of the ladies are Yvette and Lupe in the Coterie Pygmalion. So, hope you all enjoyed out there in the audience. How did you two enjoy playing?
I feel like Lupe is really hard to play right now.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
I did not intend to make it difficult.
No, I had to end up laughing a bit because it's like on occasion me and Specs are very much on the same page, and other times I feel like I accidentally ended up throwing a loop that was not intended.
No,
I don't know what you mean. Like, there's an opportunity here. Go ahead and take advantage. I don't know what you mean.
Which is fair.
I mean,
It's not something that I would have personally, caught on to right away, but I think that's where Specs and I actually are pretty much similar to, or not always picking up what you're putting down, but you give us a hint as to what you're beating, then we might actually catch on. But throwing a loop at Lupe. Hi, Selds. Welcome, thank you. Thank you, Black Wolf, for getting the poll put up. So, for the end of the session, who completed their desire or worked toward ambition to regain willpower?
completed my desire, but I also didn't use
any willpower?
I
Yeah.
did both.
Ooh. Look at you. You can earn back 2 willpower if you want it.
Yay! I'll gladly take that. All right.
Having felt successful, Yvette, it's okay. It's okay. It'll settle. It'll settle.
It'll settle. I hope you don't mind. I think I really want to, and I think that it's one of the things I like about playing Yvette, and it's something I think a lot of venture players really downplay,
Mm.
is like
Just how sensitive their palate is.
yeah, and I like to almost treat it as almost partially crippling. And like the only
Because it
reason
does
Yvette,
take willpower. It does take a lot of mental strength to be able to stomach something you're not keen on.
like,
It's
and
like,
with Yvette's composure and subterfuge, she can hide it for a time, but the second that she is given any breathing room, she will damn near keel over.
yeah.
The way I kind of imagine it is the pain of keeping it down is like having a gallstone
Mm-mm.
or something like that. Just your guts are shredded glass, and it
Imagine, imagine
just
eating a food that you absolutely hate, and
it's almost disqualifying.
the kind of mental strength you need in order to shovel that shit down.
Yeah. But I wanted to really emphasize that with Yvette is
Mhm.
just how sensitive her palate is.
Oh yeah, it's very sensitive.
And
Even the slightest bit off, and she's
I,
like, huh.
and I
Venture
wanted
ultimate
to,
same fruity.
but I also wanted to give Lupe an in with Yvette. I wanted like something where now Lupe ends up suddenly seeing, at least for a brief moment, that power dynamic between the two suddenly flip, where Yvette is completely crippled by what Lupe, I imagine, doesn't think twice about. Just, I'll feed on him, move on. And then suddenly realizing Yvette exists in a world where she can't do that.
Yeah,
Hmm.
So I'm hoping that will give Lupe at least some
some
way
kind
to
of
start connecting,
relatability. Yeah,
right? That
relatability
is,
between the two. Yep, love it. Love to see it. But yeah, well, we're gonna move on to experience because the poll is almost over. But and the way that we do things is very similar to the way that Derek does things in his games, where the players at the table get their mandatory one experience for showing up. You're welcome. But then we start deciding between our players who had our best scene, who moved our plot the furthest, and who had the best line of the night. And of course, the poll is for you, the audience, to have a little bit of a finger waggle as to how these two progress
Go
throughout.
ham. There's only two options.
Go ham, there's two options. Thantos, you might need to refresh your browser or something. But it's at the top of the screen. Uh, but yeah, definitely. And so, which of you two think that you moved the plot the furthest?
Lupe.
Yeah.
Wait,
All right. Okay.
you're saying each
Mm,
other?
yeah. So in my definition, sure, Lupe had plots, but wasn't able to tie in anything together. Wasn't able to necessarily progress them. Lupe clearly does not know how to strike a bargain, doesn't know how to listen, doesn't know how to hold ground in that regard. So,
I would argue that
in
it's,
fact, like 90% of this particular session was me feeling immensely powerless.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And I'm almost to tears about it, but
Well,
I think
happy
that's
day.
also Lupe's experience, right?
Happy day. Lupe got the audience vote anyway.
Yeah. But I will fight to tooth and nail to say Lupe set up the scene, put all the bricks in a row beforehand, gave Yvette the ammunition and the drive to start tying in the funds of her own personal plot back into the bar to actually use it as a point of purchase, all of that hinged on what Lupe ended up doing. So I will, and not only that, Lupe had personal plot. We got to introduce the Lupe's the
Frenemy?
human pain in the ass.
Frenemy? Tyler,
Friend of
yes.
fuck buddy, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Person to hate fuck? I don't know.
Yeah. I love that whole bit. I will toss it to Lupe. I will also end up saying that Lupe gets the best scene for that scene because that scene was goddamn heartbreaking. And it's one of the things the only thing I kind of regret when I play Yvette is Yvette's not overtly emotional like that. So oftentimes she comes across as distant, whereas that was probably the most personal we've ever seen Lupe. So I would give both of those points to Lupe, hands down.
Oh,
Well, Spectre, what do you have to say about that?
I mean, I'm not gonna argue if that's where your stance is. I still think plot progression goes to Yvette, but
That one,
sure.
do you want a coin flip? Because we'll coin flip it.
It's gotta be no. I don't trust the coin flip anymore.
Take the fucking experience.
I'll
back.
take it. Fine. You can have.
I'm pulling my venture strong arm position. You will take the experience.
Fine. Then you get line though.
What?
Or you know damn well what. Puts two. Oh. Wait, what was it? Well, hey, Mother pointed it out somewhere at around like 10:30 p.m. and then I lost it.
Was that the blow him off line?
Yeah. That would be it.
Okay. I'll take it.
All right.
I have no experience I want to expend just yet.
Okay. Does Lupe?
Maybe.
So Lupe got a whole 3 today, just by herself.
I know.
No, 4 because of the come to the table.
Also, coffee, I'm going to rouse once just to heal.
Okay. Perfect.
Okay, that puts me back at 2 hunger, but means now I only got 2 wounds left.
Woo!
Because, Yvette was goddamn shredded for a bit there.
Yep, healing up them wounds.
Yeah, but slowly recovering.
The only thing I could necessarily justify in this moment is Herd's second dot of Herd, but everything else is like I'm kind of slowly saving up to invest in the bar for like coterie stuff.
Yeah, second dot of Herd is going to involve you doing a lot more than just mingling with a couple of people you already know. It's going to be kind of investing in the scene in which your herd takes place. So kind of developing more of that, or developing a different herd in a different scene.
Okay.
So spending some time in that scene, which is where your herd is basically you're a sex worker, and so you would have to spend time actively in that scene, gathering more customers who are regulars.
Gotcha. Okay.
So you have not done that as of yet.
Yeah. In the future, my current idea is you have a high society contact. Alistair's got his college students. We're just gonna have a party. I think that counts, right?
I mean, that counts as you being introduced to some people. Whether they become regulars to your calls, who knows?
I mean, it starts something at that bar.
Who knows? We'll find out.
Mm.
We'll find out.
But spike everyone's drinks.
Oh, Don't do that.
And they have no choice but to come back.
But yes, I loved the session today. It was great. I loved every bit of it. And yeah, thank you guys in the audience so much for watching. Derek, you're not streaming until Sunday.
Nope, we're not streaming until Sunday. I'm not even gonna plug myself. I plug myself when I'm working. This is my day off. I'm taking my day off.
All right. Don't forget, I will plug. Because the session 0 for San Jose City of Glass is going to be on Sunday. You will meet the cast members and the characters they'll be playing, and probably be working on how we're going to connect all of these people together. So that's what we're doing Sunday on Derek's channel. You, Spectre, are full up on commissions, but might be finishing some of those up for come the new year. So that's when you'll start opening those things up again. You don't really stream all that much anymore, but you hang out in Discord and sometimes do.
Yeah.
So anytime that Spectre's hanging out in Discord, you guys should jump in the voice chat and watch them draw, because it's awesome. Yes. And thank you guys so much for watching here at CoffeeCat Presents, both on Twitch and on YouTube. I know that there are people who do that on both platforms. Thank you guys in the live audience. If you're on YouTube and you stumble across this for whatever reason and you haven't followed me on Twitch, there will be links in the description. But anything, in any case, thank you guys who are in the audience who have resubbed and done your part to support this channel. It is because you guys show your support in the way that you do by following and subscribing and everything else that I'm able to keep doing this as a side hustle as much as I have. So thank you guys so much for doing that. So yeah, like, subscribe, follow, all of that. And until the next time that we see each other, which is hopefully tomorrow for Rebirth, D&D tale, for more shenanigans with the Lucky Sevens. That's going on tomorrow at 7 p.m. Central Time. So get in here when you come. Till then, say goodnight, everyone.
Bonsoir et au revoir.
Buenas noches.
And good night.